Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Neo Contra, welcome. We're back in our megacity. I guess I should stop saying Republic maybe. It's a megacity. It's only a city. A city-state. I'm still trying to fix loyalty, but we have so many prisoners. Not sure if it's going to be possible. Might have to increase sentences to make sure that the loyalty gain is sufficient to acquire enough loyal people, but that would increase the amount of prisoners. So probably not a good idea right now. And I just realized what I was doing last time. The industry area. Cableway. Right. I think this location is fine. It'll give us a wide area on where we can do stuff in. This will be a gravel road leading into the sewage discharge at some point. I'm gonna make it undergo maintenance right now so we can tear down this road and rebuild it, and it'll be ready in time for the next maintenance task. Other than that, power plant first maybe, to fix the power line and then get rid of the outside area, the requirement on the outside area. That would probably be a good idea. Power plant has the potential to create a lot of pollution, a huge amount. But it still has to kind of be in the megacity. The steel mill. Did I say hello, Neo Contra? I think I said. Welcome. Steel mill has 40 tons of pollution. Power plant has half of that. Okay, that's fine. It will only make domestic power, but it only provides 10 megawatts. We have to hook it up on a switch. And we only get 8 megawatts right now, which is fine because we need to plan for 7 megawatts from it. When it undergoes maintenance, it'll reduce power output. So having it on an 8 megawatt wire sounds perfect, sort of. I think we'll start with a power plant. There will be coal delivery here with the power plant, which then means we can also have the brick production in the area. I think that would be worth it. This one definitely needs its own supply line. We need a fire station, probably with trucks. They need to be fast, they need to be on point. There's going to be a lot of things here and I don't want to have too many fire stations per area, I guess. Probably behind the cableway station. Kinda wanna redo the road so it lines up with the buildings. But it's just a little bit wonky, it doesn't really matter that much. Should be fine. Clinic 2? No, I don't think they will need that. Maybe. Once we have the larger industry set up, I don't think it happens in industries. I mean, I thought I had seen it. That people in industries can get injured and would need a clinic. Crime can definitely happen, but I don't remember anymore. Okay, tear down all the buildings. One more waste pickup from that structure. And then we can demolish the road, and we're ready to set up the cableway from that area. There was one waypoint where I wasn't sure if it would disappear. This one didn't disappear. Can I remove that? What is that on about? I don't know. Maybe if I build something on it and then remove it? Oh yeah, now it works. Okay, good. Now it's gone. Good, good, good. Focus on this prison and this waste storage. Let's see. We'll need one with higher capacity. That would work. Space-wise, 2, I think. Might have to get rid of the footpath and put it closer to the monument, but this should work. Road got demolished, so it's ready to go. If you have to demolish the footpath, so be it. That's fine too. Hello, Heckmech. Welcome. We'll have our construction sector here. Construction material storage for aggregates. Basically, regular construction materials will be relocated to the construction material storage. This will be used for maintenance. It will always have materials. The storage and the construction materials might fluctuate up and down. We have way too much steel. We need some people with a higher education to actually work in the automobile production. There's no bus stop for them here. Workers can't get to this area from a bus stop. Let me check. Bus platform. Yes, that would fit in here if the fence were to be removed. So we could put a bus platform on this side. Or maybe a tram stop. We could put a tram stop on the road, I guess. Which would serve as a bus platform. Hello, Think Like. Welcome. Alright, can we push for more loyalty, please? Can we go 55%? As the prisoner count will hopefully start going down, we need to increase the amount and get more loyalty from the few people we get to maintain our loyalty setup. What's called in MegaCity 19 today? It is. But we're making it work. The front is holding. Pollution is not creeping into the city too much. We're over 50 years of lifespan. Hello, Pergas. Welcome. I downloaded the Windrose Rosewind game. Haven't started it yet. I also downloaded Steel Artery, which is a train city building game that looked kinda cool. Have also not played that yet, but I might try these demos at some point this week on stream. Steel Artery. Like the blood vessel. Oi. Sorry. Okay, someone go pick up the waste from that structure. Sorry, on mobile. I know, it's still funny. Go demolition office. So we got our research point. Growing population right now, not as important. We need to get rid of the auxiliary settlement before we get to 8,000 citizens. So this has to slowly be phased out. I think we got the crime wave because I made a lot of criminals with the orphanages, I would assume. What's currently being exported? Are there any outstanding loans? We got 11 million rubles worth of loans, but we have less than 10 million. So it's going down. We're exporting vehicles to the east. We're importing hazardous waste. Still burning that. We're exporting alcohol and clothing. So we got a little bit of export stuff going on. I also need to set up the incinerator. But yeah, priority, power plant, get the power line replaced. Integrated into the power plant setup. We only want to import coal, no more electricity imports, unless there's an emergency. So I will not shut myself completely off of the power grid, otherwise I would have to probably make 2 power plants happen with redundancy. Which I guess wouldn't be a bad idea. If we build up to about the road, then have technical services and other things on this belt, I think we would be far away enough from power plants. Come on. I think having more workers is better than higher loyalty workers right now. We need to make sure this building is filled. I'll have to build a second prison if this keeps happening, I guess. There's so many prisoners. Double reducing criminality down to 0. And then, well, some of them. 53 criminality, Jesus. Nice work, thank you. It's ongoing. So power plant directly into priority switch. We can have up to 2 power plants. That would go into a priority switch, into a regular switch, and the regular switch goes into the city. And in the regular switch we could hook up more power production later on. And in the priority switch another power plant here if we need one, increasing the pollution. I mean, we gotta think about this thing makes a ton of pollution already at very little production. Combined with the heating plant. I guess we should compare it to the heating plant. Okay, it's about as polluting as the heating plant, so I guess I shouldn't be too worried about the housing, because just the heating plant itself was not too bad. It's just everything else in the area that's a bit rough. You are done. Go back to distribution office, technical service. Distribution office is not too busy, is it? It's only moving the mixed waste out of the incinerator into the storages. Still need a distribution office for that somewhere nearby. Storage has been removed. Get rid of the road. Let me know when that is done as well. Then we should be able to set up the cableway, which will act as a bus stop. It's gonna be somewhat handy. That'll extend our reach a bit. Also, before we set up the cableway has to go in straight line down. We also need our storages. I'm wondering if this is a mistake a bit. Rail demolition. We're full on steel apparently. So one more demolition and then the route is clear. Perkas, I have a question. I don't know if you're here. I have someone who owned Vintage Story for 3 years and never managed to be able to play it. We got into contact with tech support and they hadn't replied until a recent request, and they got a response yesterday, thankfully. But he's very aggravated now. So, do you know of any way to help someone a little bit more directly who is having issues with playing the game? Yes, someone. No names. Could be anyone. Could be something. They opened a request, but it doesn't have a tracker ID from the public bug tracker. So I think it's a support request. And they got a response, but I think there might be a little bit of trouble if he's gonna get mean with the support people and then they shut down and he's still not gonna be able to play it. Because I think he would really like the game, but yeah. He can't start it, doesn't launch. I didn't dig deeper about error messages or anything. Or like maybe the event log. But maybe I should, but he was really mad yesterday, so I'm getting out too much information who it is. Oh well. But still, I would like the game to work, I guess. I'm also a support person, so I guess I'm still in that mindset. Hello DynaMLC, welcome. Yeah, the way this is set up should work well. They go into the left side of the road from a distribution office, either meet or so, and then they go out. So they don't get in each other's way, otherwise they would have to cross and then loop back out of the building across themselves, potentially. And I was wondering, my question is, do you know a way to maybe get into more, well, in support, in contact with someone to maybe give that unknown streamer a little bit more support? I would help myself, and I've not really heard interest in actually getting it working. Yeah, he's just bad. He wants. I don't know. He doesn't like the process, I guess, of how to solve support from going from the most common things to the least common things. Oh well, it was an attempt, I guess. I was wondering if you had contact, or know a way to get into contact with the Witcher story support personnel a bit more in depth. I need to try and ask something barbaric if we could do a support stream, but it's yeah. Doesn't like Discord? Oh, I said the name. Well, never mind. If it wasn't obvious until now. Anyway, I hope it gets running, because would lose another couple of thousand hours to that game probably. Hope we can too. Happy to try and help. Yeah. Would be great. Are you slowing down on every stop now? So my servers always try and help if I can't figure out things out as well. Yeah. Well, you're a charismatic streamer, so you get a pass on a lot of things. That's the problem. Can't really stream the game if it isn't working, right? If you're just making a support ticket, might be a bit different than asking people on stream when they're live on camera. Okay, we need to reduce the amount of people living here. Slowly, sensibly. I'll start deactivating some houses. No more people are allowed to move in here. You can move into the megacity, but not the settlement anymore. That means our population is going to go down. I can't really increase the size of the megacity at the moment. Not by a lot. Like I said, I'm going to put 70% as my max for the heating plant, just because of the maintenance, dropping it to 70%. Maybe if I have multiple heating plants, I wouldn't be as worried, because they would probably run into different support time frames, but right now I'm just too worried. Didn't mean I'm getting help. I meant other folks get help by other folks in the community on the Discord server. Ah, okay. Does require seeing the logs and whatnot. Oh, if I don't know. I was afraid to ask if there were log files. I'm sure there's log files. There might be a Windows event viewer log, but maybe next stream. I don't want to turn a stream into a support stream, but I have no other way of contacting, I guess, since Discord is not really an option, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe I should get into the shoes of a support person for a software I have not really supported for, and try and collect data on what's happening. Maybe the event viewer would say, okay, this DLL is failing or throwing an error, and you immediately know that DLL is related to that software and get it fixed again, but that's just an assumption. We'll see. Maybe it'll work. guess I could also use the food trucks to supply a little bit of clothing to the shopping centers, because the clothing consumption is so little. If I were to designate 10% on clothing, no one would have to go here really. But then again, the food is the important part. Clothing will become critical if it is not available, but the deliveries are so infrequent. I'm happy to see that our distribution offices are less busy now, which is good. Or maybe something barbaric shows up in the stream again and then I can ask him. Maybe that would work. Maybe I'm gonna turn my stream into a support stream. Okay, center prison, high priority. Are we demolishing anything else? So many things, okay. Yep, focus on the prison. I want the shopping center relocated so we can phase out the initial one. It's all still being demolished. After that, I guess the fire station could also go away. But it won't. It's not really a replacement fire station here yet. That one is supposed to go in next to the repair station. Well, never mind, there's already a fire station here. It does have fire wagons, but yeah, maybe another one wouldn't be a bad idea. Crank up the number on the highly educated. Prison is lower intensity again. We're getting a percent. Can we push that up? Maybe. I would like at least 2%. 2% seems to be the bare minimum to get it sustainable and growing. 1% is rough with the low prison sentences we have right now. Might just have to increase prison sentences, I guess. No people with very high loyalty yet. Some people with better loyalty. Maybe. 50% already dropped down to 49. 53, 50. You're gonna work in the prison for at least one time. Okay, maybe it's recoverable. We'll see. Maybe we'll get a couple people out that will have enough loyalty and can maintain this. Seems okay. But yeah, definitely can't run any of the other buildings at the moment. The school would be the best next one to make it sustainable, because we could get a large volume of people with more than 50% loyalty if we had the teachers with the required loyalty, which we currently don't. It's basically a loyalty start into an existing city now. 37% is what we could get on average with monuments. We are a little bit higher than normal, I guess. So water and sewage. Not sure why you aren't getting replaced. I guess I turned off the auto replacement? No, it's set to send to scrapyard. It hasn't happened. We don't have a scrapyard anymore. I'm gonna get this vehicle down into the city for replacement on the horse carriage station. It's gonna be a long trip, blocking the road. I don't care. Make sure we get water back. Yeah, I'm kind of not wanting to set up a heating plant here. This whole area would be between the pollution epicenter and another heating plant, pushing the pollution more into the city. I would have to have the heating plants in areas where there's going to be no settlements, I guess, or no residential buildings. Switch discharge maintenance is done. I'm just gonna make a room here. This building can be connected here for now. Yeah, 150 meters is good, otherwise it sags too much, I think. That should be fine. Gotta be a little bit higher here, I guess, because of the train tracks. But that should work. Cableway car line directly over this track, and then power line. Power line doesn't really get in the way, but it's gonna look weird that the cableway car is just gonna go through the power line. So we'll have to utilize an underground wire. I mean, this is gonna be connecting to the city with underground wires at that point anyway. But for the time being, I'll have to make the sacrifice that it'll look a bit strange. Place it without the cable. I'm using that as a measurement tool. 130 meters. 130 meters again. No, let's do 130 again over the train tracks. There might have to be a waiting platform here, but this will line up with whatever we have planned. And then 150 meters looks okay. And then one more tower, and then cableway station, I think. So yeah, really easy to use the cables as a measurement device, the cable length. Once you figure it out what length you want, just hold control and it doesn't auto-place a cable. And that could mean that you could build something underneath it accidentally and it doesn't work anymore when you want to place the cable. But we're gonna be careful about that. Hello Leipheimer, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Is that the right size? No, it's the right size. $150 meters. Down one. And then hopefully cableway station will hook up no issue. No problem. Apparently not. To relocate the waste storage again. Come on, game, don't do this. This looks good. There's a bunch of people with good loyalty now that can feed again into prison work. Not really super high loyalty, but if they have more than 55%, or at least good for a bit. Why does it look like it copied a small one? The icons are different size, aren't they not? After placement, I guess it looks fine. Let's go 130. Max height. How much loyalty they get in a month? They get loyalty each tick. I'm calculating it based on their sentence. Every time their free time ends, the serving a sentence should go up by 0.2-ish. So this would be a 10 plus 1 tick sentence. Here it had a rounding issue, so it only went up by 0.1, otherwise it wouldn't have been at 1.5, I guess. And every time they do that, they get the loyalty whatever is inside the building at the time. And right now we're struggling with that quite a bit. No minimum loyalty, don't put that at 0. Put it at 50 again. We want the building to be as full as possible right now. Make sure we get reliable loyalty ticks. So I'm counting not by month, I'm counting it by their sentence that they have. Because that can vary, depending on which tasks they're doing. If you send them out for prison labor. Their sentence takes longer, it seems. Maybe I should rotate the cableway. I guess I can put a dot on it where the cableway currently is. Put the cableway station in and then see if we can rotate it in a way where we have it placed the way we want it to. Road out to the side so it's easy to connect. Because we need to deliver cableway cars somewhere. And then I need a heavy pole in this area to connect it all. That should work. Can have a footpath go along this for maintenance reasons and building. This road, we need over a section where there's not too much traffic and no parked trains. But since we are going to use cableway cars, it's not imperative that we don't get a traffic jam because the people in the area should be able to stay safe with the local fire station. Seems like last tower wants to be lower. I made it a little bit lower, yeah. But it was the angle. Because it has to do a bit of a corner, I didn't like the sharp connection. I made it lower so it looks a little bit nicer. This will be our cableway car. Need a road connection into the building, and then the cableway maintenance line, construction line. And we'll have to produce cableway cars. Which I guess we could start doing, but I don't know how many. I guess we could at least make 20 for now. Biggest one, 12 passengers. Stop production after this run. I'll add a bunch more Dixie cars so we can restart it afterwards at some point. So our population will now go down slowly as the houses inside the auxiliary settlement will be slowly set to not populate until we have a skeleton crew living there, which will take care of tearing everything down. So we should drop to about the population number of what our megacity has, which is close to 5,000. So don't be alarmed, but still let me know if something seems weird. At least money seems to be okay now. There's people with unknown, way too little loyalty in here because the secret police aren't doing their job. Go work in the secret police too. If you can't work in the prison, work in the secret police. Then go to the bus platform afterwards. This is not sustainable right now. Not enough loyalty. It's fine. I mean, we can restart it later once everything is a bit more stable. My main concern is about migrating to just the megacity, basically. And paying back our loan. That is also a concern, which is happening quite well. Alcohol? What's the rail demolition doing? A little bit of boards, huh? Well, there you go. Done. Now it's just the bus stop and then everything else is gone. The area has been returned to its former, almost former self. I mean, it still has a train running through. Bit of a traffic jam. Yes, the rail construction vehicle is slow, I know. 4 more waste pickups from the train platform, then it will be gone too. And then it's just a train track. Put the demolition site of the prison in here at low priority. We would like to finish the cableway station sooner. Meat storage, factory connections, cargo center train station, another factory connection, all low priority. Warehouse low priority, to the road, then the prison, then the rest here. This doesn't get in the way of anything right now. Road is the most urgent priority. Prison would be the relocation of the shopping center. I don't think this vehicle fits on the train, if I remember correctly. Yeah, only the ship can load it, so this one we're gonna sell. They're not that expensive to sell. And yeah, those vehicles are, like, in general, not that expensive. They don't cost that much money to sell. 3,000 rubles. I mean, that's about the same money we get from a horse if we're exporting it correctly. 1, 2, unload. Yep. Hello, Simon. Welcome. So these 4 houses will remain empty until we fix our loyalty situation. These ones I will leave empty. This one, I guess, it was supposed to stay empty because this would be our education system again if we get enough loyalty. I'm not sure. Let's try and get a lot of highly educated people, because then we can, I think, restart it just with the prison system. Oh my god, the loyalty in here is so bad. They're complaining about not enough attraction buildings. Why are you out of food? That's like crisis level. What the hell? What happened to the food train? Again? No, they're arriving right now. Stupid rail construction, hurry up. I could teleport the train home, but we're gonna suffer through. Let's see. I don't have any more cargo wagons. No, I do. I do. You go. Customs house, load, food, and train cars. And unload them at the warehouse, please. Food, and then return. Cargo wagons, the Essen one. This... no, the castle one. Replacement happens with negative balance too? No, it should not. Salt selling is when you get money till this game. It used to, but they changed it because you're basically paying someone to pick it up for you and take it off your hands. You do get money if you load it onto a truck or a train and sell it at the border. So if you have a vehicle storage with a ton of vehicles like this one, they would then be marked as yellow vehicles, as used vehicles, and not make you as much money, of course. You could make more money by scrapping them. Or at least get a lot of useful resources out of them. Okay, hurry up, please. Oh god, you're calling. Yeah, sure, do that right now. It's fine. It's not like we're running out of food or anything. At least the grocers had a decent amount of food, so it'll be busy. But it should be fine. The train will immediately leave again. Got another 33 tons. I have to reassemble this train in a more intelligent manner. That's what I'm getting the other train cars for right now, to make a new train that will only need to serve that purpose. Lots of food. And we're gonna not fiddle around with percentages on resources, I think. It's all gonna be a single train car per resource. Or multiple resources per train car, but not percentile wise, not percentage wise. So it's either gonna unload food and then load clothing here for export, or unload fabric and load clothing. That's what I want. Go pick up more food. Last ton of food. Let's get it distributed. Okay, there we go. There were no issues, citizens. I don't know what rumors you heard. Go back to your regular shopping, please. So train platform is no more. Train platform is just train line. Looks like the train picked up the vehicles for export. Nothing bad was going on. It's fine. Just a bit of a problem. Nothing major. Waste removal from the rail construction happened successfully. No construction waste here still. Everything is back to normal. No grocery store too. You're misinformed. There's plenty of food. I don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're on about. No, you're all wrong. Look, there's 2.9 tons out of the 225 we have reserved for it. Now we have the cableway line here. The cableway car line. We can use all of this for distribution offices and warehouses. We didn't load any food, because I guess the train car was not set to hold food. There you go. Maybe next time. Other train should be back here soon too, right? The one with the food? Oh god, hurry up. Didn't know we were running out of food that badly. Let's assemble another train and bring in food. I think there's still a train car here that we need to pick up. Nope, it's fine, got everything. Full train full of food, please. And that's the issue with being that far away from the customs house. It's gonna take a while if there's a problem. Oh boy. Oh my god, why is there so many shoppers in that grocer? I think they know about the impending food shortage. I think they know. I think they heard the bad news. Alright, more sellers then, I guess. Make sure there's not as much crime from people just waiting in lines and killing themselves or killing each other over food shortages. Machine replacement in the vehicle production line. Makes sense. Why is no one transporting resources here? Where are you assigned to? Mechanical and electronic components not assigned. Right, they were in the previous warehouse. Mechanical components I guess we're gonna get from the building directly for maintenance purposes. Actually, let's use the vehicle repair station here, sure. That one has both. And the other construction office will have to pick it up from the new warehouse. Four more pickups for the waste on the road. I don't know how you connected that. It does not look right at all. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. I don't know what you mean. Why would there be a food shortage? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Building cable cars? Yes. We're building 10 right now for the beginning. Setting up the cableway station and a fire station. Then we can attach the rest to it. First one, power plant. And then we should be okay. Yeah, with only a single warehouse acting as the source for the shopping centers and grocers directly, this is not safe at all. We have no way to react if there's a shortage. Not really even close to any reasonable amount of time, so we need those extra warehouses. One, maybe two for food, probably one. Since I'll put another delivery area nearby. That's what the location here is good for, on the outside. Supplies for this megacity. And maybe the technical services and other facilities could be on the outside range too. Maybe this is not going to be housing, maybe this is all going to be feeding the megacity. And at some point we'll have to cross over and go to another area to build more housing. I think we can make another assignment group of construction offices, just to see if everything is assigned properly, especially if we're building further away now. We also have to make sure that the construction offices can reach the city. They're not necessary to do maintenance, but it would be nice to have access, an excess amount of vehicles. Food is bourgeoisie, decadence, comrade. True. We'll get a sawmill soon. It's gonna be filling, just as filling. So yeah, 10 cableway cars, 20 cableway cars as an initial plan for construction. I like the mixture of horse carriages with some trucks. One more horse carriage, please. This one is not going to be enough. But it's almost done. Have to plan distribution offices and more storages. The distribution offices are probably going to be lining up this area on the train tracks, so they just go out of the distribution office, right-hand turn into the building, and then leave. And then warehouses. Actually, they have to go. Yeah, they have to go into this warehouse, but also the other warehouses. So I don't know. It might be better to have the distribution offices here, also for fire safety purposes. And we'll probably be using trucks and newer distribution offices for the center. Not exclusively, but in this area for sure. Outside could be some horse distribution offices. Demolition excavator can go back to construction. You're repairing vehicles at the secret police, okay, that's fine. Makes sense. Road is done demolishing, finally. We're going to deliver cableway cars to this cableway station, so this one should get a road connection. Oh, sorry. You wanted to help build this up? I'm sorry. Maybe you figure it out again. Alright, and this needs to connect again to... the site. There we go. And have a connection on this end during construction. We're going to build at the end of cable. Power plant, food production, alcohol production, clothing production, construction sector. It's going to be an area where we need to take care of a lot of things. Free up some fire trucks. It's another industrial area of high value, so residential buildings can have horse carriages as fire trucks, but not our centers of industry. We got 2 large distribution offices in place. Actually, wait, what if I put a small one that handles the unloading? No, it should be done by the large ones too. They have both assignments. That'll make sense. And then warehouses. No rail connection needed. A food warehouse. Maybe even 2. We could have 2 of them connected to each other. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Double up the food storage. And then loads of smaller warehouses to hold the rest of the resources, which I guess I could place first. Depending on the priority, how important they are, they're going into these. Can't flip them, unfortunately, but I guess we could place 2 and then copy them from that. That's too close. I'll just place them manually, not too difficult. think I placed them a lot closer to each other. Figured out the pixels. Also I had the other road being in the way here, so let's do that again on this side. Start from the other end. Make sure these road connections are in place before we start. Eh. So, got ourselves some warehouses for different types of materials. Basically the individual goods of everything that isn't food. Road construction is done, we can get rid of the footpath here. Can't build the bus stop that way, that's fine. Gotta get the road constructed. I'm okay with this, I think. Maybe a little bit more of a corner across the train tracks, but otherwise I think it'll be okay. Also road connection on the cableway car here. Wouldn't really be necessary, but we'll still place it. Losing a lot of money now. Still have to create the new train. I mean, we haven't been importing for a while. I guess that would be a reason why we had so much money. So, gotta catch up with the imports again to fill the warehouse. 20 tons of chemicals are gonna be really expensive. Okay. So, we'll only designate everything that isn't food. which means 1 train car for chemicals, alcohol. Clothing and fabric is going to share train cars. Yeah. We don't need mechanical components, electronic components, chemicals, alcohol, electronic components, then fabric plus clothing. Fabric on import, clothing on export, twice, it's 30 tons. For now. Crops for horse feed. Let's put 2 train cars. And the rest would be food. So we'll load food first and then load all the other goods at the border. Does that match with the other train? Meat. Oh, we don't have meat yet. We need the other meat train car. So, fabric, we're getting 38 tons right now, because I have 2.5 train cars assigned, I guess. That's fine. Only 1 crop train car, it's gonna be 2, and the rest should be okay, I think. I'm gonna take out a loan. Make sure we don't run out of money on import. You load food, then you load anything else. So I need 2 loading commands at the border. It'll fill up all the train cars with food where it can, and then it'll fill up the remaining train cars with their goods. At the warehouse, you'll unload, wait until unloaded for food, unload 1 more time, and then your route is complete. Alright, now you're gonna go back to the depot, because I still need to attach the meat train car. And the other train cars we would attach as needed. But right now I want to finish the other warehouses, especially a food warehouse is needed. Maybe even multiples, like I said. I could put 3 food warehouses in and deliver to the middle one. And it would use the other ones as well, because they would be connected by factory connection. I'll replace several and use a cargo platform. For the food delivery, that might not be a bad idea. Road cargo station. But if I do that, I could only have 2 warehouses. Nah, it's fine. The road throughput, they still have to abide by other throughput limits here anyway. I don't know if I can fit 3 warehouses in. Maybe if I make them smaller. Try with the longer warehouse again. Scoot it back. Does this one have more loading gates? I thought this one has 3. No, it only has 2. I think one of the modern ones has 3 in its larger configuration. Yeah, this one has 3. Then we can push the food into the 3 larger warehouses. Use this as the pickup point for the city, or one of them, I guess. We could use just one of them and then leave the other one as a backup storage, so they don't pull from all 3 at the same time. Or I could just turn one as unloading only, or both of them as unloading only. So we fill the middle one only. It'll push into all 3, but can only take from this one. And if we have a crisis where this one runs out, we can flip over the other ones to feed back into... Well, at that point we would have to designate the other warehouses, because they wouldn't drive to the one that doesn't have any food. But yeah, I mean, some redundancy in food supply seems reasonable here. I'm not going to make it a second meat storage, that is fine. You're still going around here, huh? Way too many workers. So we're gonna change your route, because we're gonna go to the depot now. From the rail end station, depot. Your route is obsolete, buddy. I think, because I assigned personal cost to it. Those workers are gonna be unemployed. this day. Probably put a fence down here. Otherwise, I think we'll be okay. So yeah, this one we'll have to fix with the power line once we have a power plant, that it will not look as weird. Root, your face is obsolete. Wow. Seriously? On a Monday before noon already? I don't know what to say. Sorry, I need another tea, my bad. You're good. Well, are you? I don't know. You might be good. What's going on? Did I not put signals here? I did put signals here. You're waiting because... why? Big purple track. Did I have any extra signals here that there shouldn't be? What is this? Oh, that's the corner. Oh, there's a train here. Waiting until unloaded for food, yeah. Stop waiting. Let the other train through. I don't think this is gonna work without more investment. The loyalty is just dropping rapidly in most of these houses. Trying to fix the loyalty is going to require a ton of money. Especially with this large amount of workers. We could make a smaller prison where we could try and set up the loyalty program, I guess. It hopefully wouldn't be overfilled. We could build it right here. I might need a small prison again. I think it might be easier to start loyalty with that. Majority of workers and prisoners would go to the large prison, but the small one could be for intensive rehabilitation and re-education. Alright, you know what? Are we gonna scrap loyalty? Yeah, we're down to 36. It's over. Loyalty is over for now. I think... yeah, I need the money first. It's fine. Ah, now it looks better again. Come on, game. Can you use a radio TV to boost loyalty? I could build a radio, but I'm trying to avoid that because the electronics cost will hit me at some point really, really badly. So I would like to try and avoid that. That's why I've been trying to run loyalty boost with other means, which worked quite well until we had a crime spiral. I'll have to restart it once we're out of the loan, I guess. That's gonna take a couple runs to start it, but it should be fine. There's still some people with criminality in here. Okay, make... I think we're gonna put... not fire horse wagons here, we're gonna put fire trucks over there too, because it's our city supply. And make a bunch of covered hull trucks for now. 8 of them. Split up between 2 large distribution offices to help with the distribution of the goods out of the warehouse into the buildings. And yeah, basic supply. Get out of my line of sight, come on. There. That's about straight. There we go. I just need this to be somewhat straight, and we can make that our fence. Can't get the fence through here. Won't be able to fence that one in, I guess. I mean, it's a wooden plank fence. That's not going to keep anyone out who wants to go over it. That's just, this area is, well, its own little place. 1.6 million rubles lost last month from imports. Oh god, we imported clothing? What? Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Why did we import clothing? Oh, because clothing is allowed on the import. Right. That is not good. Chemicals, fabric, alcohol. That's how it should be. Well, that's the customs house, yeah. Load full of food, then load full of all the other accepted goods. No clothing. I mean, the clothing should be able to fit into the food storage. You know what? Fabric only. I like my way better. No designated clothing capacity. Okay, then we don't have to do that. Well, that was expensive. Imported some clothing and re-exported it. Lost a lot of money. At least the food storage is looking better. The train will have to go to the depot now. You're already at the depot. That's the other train. Check the meat storage, it only has one. Wait. Oh, you. This horse export. Meat storage is here. Okay, make your way to the depot after you've done the unloading. And we'll replace you with the other train. Yeah, maybe we'll run excess brick export. Prison finally demolished. Let's see if the larger shopping center will fit in here. Or if the footpaths have to go as well. The footpaths will have to go. Unless I build it this way with a waste storage. Which I guess we can do. There, that's gonna be our new shopping center. And we know when that one is done, it'll need a dedicated truck for delivering food to it. You let me know when you stop production, because then the queue is done. or machine replacement will happen, but that shouldn't happen in a while. Then we can put you back on vehicle export. And you will run an export route right now because we're a little bit low on saved money, I guess. Yeah, just loyalty requirement off. We're doing the whole liberal happiness focus. Jesus Christ, I feel so sick thinking about that. Everyone's gonna be really happy. It's gonna be disgusting. Maybe I just don't have enough monuments next to the prison. Alright. 30 plus loyalty. We'll have to try the loyalty boosting system later when we're more stable. It's costly to get that started, and I might need a small prison to do so. I don't think we can get it started in the large prison at a reasonable cost investment. Hello, Berliners. Welcome. Priority is going to be on the vehicles leaving the area. Vehicles from the warehouses, for example. Where's the cableway heading to? New area. Construction sector, power plant, food, alcohol factory, clothing factory relocation. It's gonna be an industrial location. At least that's the plan. Our disaster planner in chat, how's it going? You can't call Think like a disaster planner. It's not that bad for him. It's going fine. Also, hello Shakespeare. Setting up one of our first delivery areas, which will keep the city supplied. But it's true. Oh no. I guess it might be. Let's build these while the deliveries are not as critical yet, just so the construction trains won't get in the way later when we need the space. Also gotta get rid of the tree in between the train tracks, that's not safe.
So Berliners, when's your next stream gonna be? Tried that weekend on my first horses play game. Oh, nice. Would be easier to move people there by train. I want a consistent supply that constantly moves people. Cableway car is gonna be easy. And very reliable. We're gonna have a bunch of people in the area, making sure things stay running. But they'll also come back if there's too many. There might be more cableway cars pushing people in different directions for industrial purposes off of this point. So this might be a hub for the industry. No one said there's a limit to one cableway car. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. We're ready to go. Put my first vehicles, go look at, told myself, where are the horses? Yeah, I still also haven't set up horse production yet. Probably gonna do that on the grain storage. Or a grain storage in the production area somewhere. Alcohol is slightly worse than stroke or heart attack, but not by much. Because while stroke and heart attack only affects 56 people, it's 10 times as bad, more than 10, almost 10 times as bad as the alcohol. So I guess both would be kind of useful to reduce. Alcohol first, I think. I'm tempted, once we have our distillery, I might start turning people into alcoholics. Because I feel like I want to try and get more happiness, I guess. But only once the alcohol doesn't have as much of a health impact anymore. But after the production of horses connected, plus the black horse use 20 tons crops. 20 tons, okay, that's a math I can do. So 8,000 rubles. Sheesh. Yeah, we don't get that much money for horses. $9,300. If it sells for that much, 10-15% profit-ish? I don't know. Still doesn't seem that useful. But the overflow of the production could be sold, I guess, while making sure we have our own horses. cheap one, but slower, cost 14 tons. I guess the brown one, yeah. Only gives us 6,000. 14 ton would be 4,000 plus 2,000. Less than 6,000, so about the same. If the production speeds are the same. I don't know, I guess the large horse would be better. Because same amount of efficiency probably, but larger base price because more resource investment. If the production speed is the same, of course. Get our fence built. Okay. We'll replace the fire engines in the area for our resource storages with better trucks. Because I don't want this burning down. It's a high value area, again, like our center. Residential areas can have horse carriages, I don't care. They'll be fine with that. Low government loyalty. Oh well, it's gonna try and fight the happiness. What if you return if you recycle the horse meat? Now you get mixed waste. That was kind of funny because it made 20 tons of mixed waste for a horse, which was a little bit heavy. I don't know if it's still the same. But unfortunately you can't turn them into meat, no. Unless they changed it. I couldn't send them into the butcher. Why are you assigned to all of these? No, auxiliary settlement is fine, I guess. Prioritize this, please. Soviet horses are just built different. Yep. All grain muscle. No more passenger trains at the moment. I need to build my new train for citizen goods, otherwise we're gonna have an issue. Reset all of these train cars for now. And then you're going to run without going to the depot. You're gonna handle the citizen supply for now. Fuel import line again for now. This line needs to be changed because you also need to load clothing at the end. And unload 5% again. At some point it's going to be renamed to Citizen Goods Import Center East. Still can't believe this is only 7,800 people. The city has to get quite big. Cableway station is done. It'll need electricity to function. Power supply will be set up in this area. For now we will set up a temporary power line until we get the power station planned, and then set up a transformer and other things. Then it'll hook up locally directly to the power plant, but not yet. As you know what, we have an excavator, let's just make a temporary underground power line for the time being. Wow. Really doesn't like going underneath the cableway, apparently. Once we have power, we should be able to run this. It's power at the source and destination, if I remember correctly. We'll have to be careful with the priority switches, I haven't used those in a while. Finish tea time now, coffee time. Enjoy your coffee. No passengers, no students, no workers right now. It says 33 cableway cabins, so we got 20 for now, we can bring them in. Do your delivery. Be a line for vehicle production for export. However, we are going to now change that because I want a different type of vehicle. Cableway, passenger cabin. I don't think they oh, there they are. Passenger cabin. Turn off the Dixie. No, don't bring it there. Why could you only load one? That's horrible. Bring it to the cableway station, please. Not the export. Okay, gotta run 20 times to get the cableway cars moved over, but once the power is at the destination, we could run it. There's nothing to do yet, so hopefully the fire station gets built soon. We'll also need water and sewage, and waste handling. This area will have its own sewage discharge without, I think... No, it has to go back to the treatment plant, doesn't it? Everything goes to the treatment plant. If this is a large amount of workers, it would be quite polluting. Yeah, sewage switch leading up to the treatment plant. Which was this connection that I planned for. So off of here, we go into the industrial area. Start with 1 or 2 switches, and it's just going to run down the road. As a starting point. These are cheap. There. This is our starting point, just so we have a bunch of connections available. Then we're gonna change this one. Make it look nicer. It's gonna take a while to build. Doesn't make much sense. There, we have another connection for this location. This is very close already. I don't think I need this switch at all. I don't know. Way too many switches. place it here? This might be a bad idea, because there might be more industry on this side, so I think there's going to be another switch right here. That would be nice. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. We'll try Siberia of horses at 1900. I don't know. You? Okay, train platform cleared up. Former train platform, I should say. One hero more with the sprite. Maybe at some point. I'm still in this run and this is gonna take so much time. This will probably take until the next DLC release if I had to take a guess. This could take months. Especially the way I'm playing, which is very slowly. You're way too fast. Put the other horses through. 19 kilometers an hour, they're almost as fast as our trucks. Ridiculous speed freaks. Our construction is currently still doing stuff, yeah. Building the train tracks past the Citizen Good unloading platform. Speaking of, where is that train? Only got 24 tons of food loaded right now because there was still... Wait, why did you... Sell clothing. Sell clothing. There you go. You didn't import any food, you just didn't unload the clothing. Next time. That's why we didn't load full on food, because it still had clothing on it. Citizen goods import. Modify the line. Export. Wait, what? Wait. There we go. There's the filter. Sheesh. Export all clothing. Otherwise it seems to work okay. With not having set every cargo wagon, we don't see the real resource capacity, I guess. but that's fine. So yeah, expect population numbers to drop down to around 5,000 as we are slowly depleting our population inside the auxiliary settlement. Use 2k humans, that's the plan. Hallo Schnabelfachkraft. Because I'm gonna get rid of that other city. We only need one city, the MegaCity. The auxiliary settlement is a lie propagated by Western infiltrators. We never use the auxiliary settlement, we always build in the MegaCity. Short disaster planner, because in my job in construction places, if planner make wrong or change something, we have to deconstruct and construct it. Call even myself disaster planner. Ah, okay. I see. Thought it was piles of asphalt? No. That is waste. Construction waste and metal scrap to be exported. We have to set up a loading facility by train on this area where we deliver coal and or gravel. And afterwards it would load whatever we dumped in there to storages for metal scrap and construction waste. To be exported by train instead of horse carriage is what we're using right now. Hello 50, welcome. Let's not focus on you, in fact, favorite disaster planner. It's a compliment, sounds another. Coal and or gravel. Well, we're gonna import coal for the power plant and or gravel for the cement production into asphalt and concrete plant as well. Hello Rockets. Welcome. So we don't need to stop production, but I still want to see the warning message if it pops up normally. It should. It does pop up for power plants, and it popped up earlier when we ran out of money. Concrete slabs? No concrete slabs are planned now. Not really planning on those. I'm thinking about building trams though. And famous milk truck. Yeah. LA traffic jam, it wasn't that bad. It was only a single line. There was no elevation changes. No one was doing crazy jumps. Are the vehicles for export only? No, we're producing our own cableway cars and they're going to the cableway station right now, so we can launch it as soon as we have power on the other side. I mean, it could run right now, but no one would be able to get out of it, I don't think. I think it needs power to let the other people out on the other station. So I don't think workers waiting here would get picked up. Yep, they don't go here. Not that there's a workplace there yet, so that is the other issue, I guess. Maybe once we have a an active construction, people could go here, but I don't think so. That's not right. What do you mean it would work, but no one would be able to get off? The doors wouldn't open. Nothing else. Nothing else. We'll set it up this way. That's easier. Oops. So the construction was already done. Guess not. That one's also not connected. None of these is connected, what the hell? Alright, there's already the material here. Someone go build that up. It's now a very short section of construction, but that's fine. High priority. Connect the cableway station, please. In the meantime, we'll have a footpath for people to get out of the station if they want to. So now people could get picked up if it works. But I don't think they get unloaded. I wouldn't open because the destination platform does not have electricity. I think if it doesn't have power, it might not work, but maybe it's just a warning that if one power shuts off, both will be shut off. Maybe it will work, then it'll be fine. Okay, it works. Doesn't need power. Then we're good. Train? Where are you, train? You're waiting on a rail construction vehicle, which makes sense. They're gonna ignore all safety measures and go through anyway. But to shut you down? No. Hopefully not. That would be mean. Runes above it are written in ancient Elvish. No one remembers the language. Keep away to avoid traffic jams. Yes, to make sure that the fire station here can always run, as can the power plant. It's gonna be a source of workers. New water pipe as well, after the sewage pipe is in place. Pressurized water off of a existing water pump. Would be a bad idea because it's already close to 50 cubic meters. So we would need a new water pump for the industrial area. Now this one is supposed to handle more than 50, but it's also supposed to handle something in the city. We'll use a new water pump going outside south of the current location. I want to rebuild this. Not there. Middle one. I want the pipe, then this pipe can go out and this pipe can go south. With only 3 connections, I can use 2 of them. 100 cubic meters per connection. So this water pump should never go over 100 cubic meters, really. That's gonna be its absolute limit. Times 2. I guess we don't have to rebuild that pipe, I can use the other one too. Second water pump. And then, yeah, water pump here, I think. It's going to be an important piece of infrastructure. This will be gone at some point. There'll probably be another building attached to this whole setup. Not sure if the large houses are going to remain. I think they will. But they will need better heating, more heating. Can't rely on more heating right now. This would head over to the industrial area. Didn't we drop off alcohol? Are you not unloading alcohol? Wait, why not? Did I forget the alcohol import? I forgot the alcohol, I think? No. Yeah, I did. I made chemicals and electronics first. Okay, no alcohol at the moment. Put the alcohol in here, please. Thank you. I can wait a little bit without alcohol. It's fine. Still running the passenger cabins. So slow. We only carried 7 over so far. Maybe there's a limit to 3 inside the station before it's running. Should be able to add more now. I hope. We can set it to wait until unloaded so it doesn't run back and forth unnecessarily. Oh, it's already set that way, never mind. Then I guess it is just that slow. So one pipe goes to the industrial area, which will have to also run things like food production. Can we make that work with a medium pipe? 50 cubic meters is a lot. 7.5 and 13, so 20 cubic meters just for food and alcohol. But that sounds reasonable. That sounds fine. So more water switches here. Then one more water switch. Probably on this side. Maybe. I'll put it here. Already started building that one. Gonna move the other one slightly further back. Not happy with that. Okay. This can go out with the other sewage pipe in both directions. This one can continue along. And one connection will go into the water substation from here. Yeah, we're getting alcohol again soon. Lower loyalty, highly educated. No room to move in right now. We'll have to change that. Probably move them into near the education system. This one's 4. Get more people moved in. Gotta fill up the houses again. That's a fire truck. No fire truck in here. Also need a refrigerated vehicle. Forgot about those. Get 2 of these, please. We don't have to unload mechanical components in here anymore. And the mechanical component storage of this warehouse... Actually, no, it's fine. This is still an intermediate storage. From here... No, it wouldn't work. No more mechanical components in here. When it's time to build your own trains, with one of the next research points. The one next year I think will go into better alcohol standards for a little bit more health. Or the train production, I'm not sure yet. I would like to pay back my loans. This water switch should probably face the other direction. Connect it to the road instead. Oh, right, it's because of that. No, I still think we're going to connect it to the road, though. Guess we had the right spot before. Okay. And make this a little bit shallower too. There. Sewage pipe first. Sewage treatment plant again. And then water pipe afterwards. They can build it up to this area, that'll be okay. No problem with that. But water consumption in the area should only be enabled once the sewage tank is there and connected. Okay, everyone can work wherever they want. The prison throws a warning again. We'll correct it at that point. Ugh. You are just gonna be regular loyalty. We're not gonna have anyone with high loyalty anymore. Your loyalty is also pretty bad because of lack of spirituality. I think it's decreasing quite quickly. Okay. This time we should get alcohol. This time the train should bring alcohol. 11 tons. That'll be fine. Okay, we can go back to Dixie Cars afterwards. Back waiting for Kollegen? Oh my god, your mixture of German and English is freaking me out. I thought you were doing something with collagen. We'll need a gas station locally, which is understandable. But then we'll have a bulldozer here for terraforming a bit. And the excavator can move over there too. After it's done doing whatever it's doing, digging plumbing. Actually, we'll move it right now, so I don't forget. I'm a rent worker, Leiharbeiter, so for me there are no co-workers. Anyway, haven't been in times you make terraforming so fair. Well, the area is already flat, so the map is pretty flat in the center. Don't really have to do much terraforming here. That's 100%, you made it. From the cableway station, we'll send workers to any building. From the bus platform, which they will also then walk to, we'll send them to any building with the cableway station assigned at 0%, which means they'll send them to any other building first, and then if there's no room, they'll go back to the cableway station where they can ride back into the city. Which should give us a decent supply of workers here. Once the cableway station has a decent amount of them waiting over there. Doesn't have that right now, but we're trying to... We'll probably assign a couple buildings to send workers directly to the cableway station. Understandable. Cable station go on fire? Well, there should be workers at the cableway station. We should have a reliable source of workers here, so if it goes on fire, the fire station should extinguish it. The workers are not going to suddenly disappear, hopefully. But it needs to be built up first. It's gotta travel so far to refuel, Jesus. So it can be carried by only the horse carriage or a vehicle from 1932, which is too old. Zeb Dab, is everything alright? My poor cat. Alright, good. Just making sure. Maintenance is still in range, but we'll probably also need a local maintenance office. Workers would be picked up by the local bus platform. We could use cats instead of passenger cabins. Would we have a catway station? Yes. Still using horses? Yes. A mixture. Bruh. Brew. Iron brew. No. Jetway station. Yeah. Instead of cable, there's cats. Are we stringing up the cats to make the cable, or are the cats gonna be the cableway cars? So the cableway cats. We're delivering fuel, don't you worry. Alcohol has arrived again. And imports should slow down a bit now, hopefully. It's getting expensive. Hello Tiku, welcome. Chocobo way station. Your addiction with chocobos is noted. Yeah, indeed. Shopping center is done. No electronics. Mostly food. And yeah, dedicated food truck for sure. Also have to change all the lines picking up food to the new location. Citizens don't get sick because of pollution. They do get sick. Very sick. But that's what we're trying to figure out. If we can make them survive regardless. We've made good progress. You might be able to tell when we started setting up polluting industries. It's been a while. Next year I'll research improvements to our alcohol, which should bring up life expectancy a bit more. And then I might, once we have our distillery set up for our own alcohol production, I might try to get my citizens addicted to alcohol for more happiness. Citizens not decrease, so more pollution, please. Well, we don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat yet, so let's not do that. Still trying to fill up the other houses. I heard that one cloud in building slots equals 250 meters. Oh, that might be right about, yeah. That could be it. I did not really measure that yet. But we're not running the production facilities at full tilt in our industries. But it's still very polluting. The heating plant gets the closest to being full capacity, and that one is having an effect. Almost half a pollution, more than half of a pollution cloud. I guess I would be at 1.5 clouds then, approximately. We do have pollution filters though. That helps a little bit. This fire station should then be able to cover the coaling station too with its more modern fire trucks. Yeah. Why management mental health breakdowns in this game? Mental health is not treated in this game. There's no simulation of that. I'm not sure if it's just factored into the generic decreasing health stat. I guess you could account it for that. That decreasing health basically also factors in mental health. My mental health? I don't think I've had any breakdowns in this game, so I'm still waiting on that. Doing fine. I had a lot. Yeah, it can be quite. It depends on how you approach it, I guess. Still waiting. Yeah, we're waiting. We're all waiting on it. It's weird. Like, I play this game for relaxation, and I'm throwing extra challenges on top of it. So there you go. That's my play style for it. A bit weird. I would like to redo this pipe. I think. No, it's fine. This is fine. Yep. Instead of pushing for loyalty, we're gonna push for happiness because that's way easier. And the people who release will probably have decent enough loyalty and good happiness, which might even increase their productivity. Maybe if I focus on pushing the loyalty inside the prison up to at least 30-35%, we could combine everything into a loyalty gain for the population inside of the prison. Don't think that would be in range. Just having a jump scare Lenin between two houses seems like a bad idea for the health of the Republic. We are out of meat. Shouldn't be a thing. Are you not set to deliver meat yet? You are not. Because I didn't wait. You have it as a pickup. Mods is cheating. Bought some mods for buildings and infrastructure. I couldn't play this game. Yeah, I mean, whatever you need, right? It's very customizable in that way. Why are you not delivering meat? I'm confused. There's a misconfiguration right now. Oh, this is out of meat. It hasn't had the warning set up yet. Has the train not delivered meat here yet? Oh boy. I might have forgotten to add that. You don't have any carry capacity. This route is obsolete. You are the correct route and you have not gone to the meat storage yet. So at the end of all of this, unload meat here. There. That's a bit bad, but that'll be fine. It's just gonna be a loyalty drop. The train's gonna be here in a week or two with more meat. Very funny indeed. Should hopefully not cause too much problems. But yeah, people's happiness and loyalty will go down. I don't know if I have a room for a monument in the area next to the prison to boost loyalty in it. I think I do. Yep, I can put a monument here. That'll do. Because we couldn't put a Lenin there, so we'll just fit one of these monuments nearby. That means no footpath through here right now. Might have to change at some point. But I don't think I'll have anything planned behind there. I think it's all going to be a green belt. Everybody who didn't get meat can get it in prison later. That's true. Whoever commits crime because of lack of meat will get meat. It's that easy. So much demolition. You know what? Get more waste wagons. Waste wagons, horse carriages. I'll be fine. I'll speed things up a bit. Remove everything. You're dumping it at the border, I assume. Yes. All of you. Ow. I don't know if the sounds are audible on stream. They're about a little bit less than the game volume, I guess. I didn't want to make them too loud, but maybe they're a bit quiet. They've been so rarely used until the stream. Maybe I'll just deactivate them. I don't know if I should add any other ones or deactivate them though. Meat train should be here soon. It is. Go do a round. We need the meat right now. Oh, you were almost out of food anyway, but yeah, now we got meat. Good. That's a weird design. The facade ends in the middle, I guess, sure. We'll have meat again soon. How much hours do I have in this? I have 3,730 hours. Don't judge me. I said don't judge me. Nope, yeah. At some point I'll be good at it. At some point soon, hopefully. I've gone back to the way of playing suboptimally to make the game better. I don't want to precisely plan everything, I just want to rework things and repair and do stuff that you would do in a realistic setting, I guess. Also, there's gonna be another break today in between the streams, but I think the later stream might be not workers and resources, I'm not sure. I have two demos I would like to check out. Windrose and Steel Artery. I'm not sure. No idea yet. Maybe I'll do that during the week. Tuesday to Thursday. Yes, the meat distribution is ongoing. Give it some time. I'll be fine again soon. Another resource we haven't imported in a while and saved money on it, I guess. Their search range is enough, but I guess they have way too many construction tasks already. Footpath is not connected to the road. Is the bulldozer here now? It's still busy. I'll put the dirt road back, I guess. Don't want to forget about that. If the sewage discharge goes kaput, then we're gonna have big problems. But I did maintain it recently. Speaking of things going kaput, let's check the buildings. 49% on the meat storage in the auxiliary settlement. That's a scrapping, well, one that's going to be scrapped. Some garbage containers are being maintained in the megacity. Everything is fine otherwise. Okay, the workers are now arriving here with no work available at the moment. But that's fine. At least the workplaces are all filled. Unless the resources trickle in, they can finish the construction tasks. Kaput. It does happen. Can you repair more vehicles? Of sending out some vehicles maybe to other areas by carriage, so can you assign more than 2 vehicles? Because I don't think you can. One more cableway car, then we can start exporting personal vehicles again. Where's the vehicle? Okay, last line, last run. Two-thirds of the capacity of the cableway station. We can expand it if needed. Well, that's a good start. fire trucks. Those are for the new industrial area, once the fire station is up. Only traveling for 45 minutes to get to the cableway station, so it's really efficient. Could make them travel way longer. But yeah, we might have more cableway stations in the area to transfer them to other locations. This bus stop is not in range of the cableway station, unfortunately. The other one is. Now it would be. Perfect, then some extra workers can make their way up here to the cableway station too. And I guess for returning workers, they can pick any building. They shouldn't really be waiting too long unless there's a large amount of workers waiting here. We know when the fire station is done. Takes a while to make that trip. Sheesh. Vehicle production export. Back to your regular route. Only Dixie vehicles. Once the clothing factory has been relocated, there will also be no real need for 10% of fabric in here. A couple tons should be enough. Make sure that the vehicle stations are maintained, half of that I guess. Once we have our warehouse, the chemical storage inside the vehicle repair station will also be made obsolete. Does it improve their happiness if their loyalty is too low? do we get the happiness boost at the end of the free time? Should go up to 33%. I don't know if the loyalty will start improving at 35%, but yeah, happiness is quite low. So the monuments currently have no effect for that person because of the very low happiness. Nope, happiness dropped because of low loyalty. So they're in a negative spiral, I guess. Their loyalty drops. Their loyalty doesn't increase because their happiness is low, and their happiness drops because low loyalty. A prison not for loyalty. Our loyalty strategy got ruined because of a crime wave. So we're currently not doing the loyalty thing because it's too much at the moment to try and invest in. I need to get rid of some of the loans first. So I'm trying alternative means. Well, happiness is back to 65, I guess, so there's that. Not sure if loyalty will improve now. Happiness will definitely drop. Loyalty drops happiness by 1.1%. We'll need to get boosted up with monuments. I have to restart the loyalty strategy later. Right now we're trying to reduce crime and reduce the amount of prisoners overall that we have. During crime wave, the key is to cycle criminals in and out of prisons to only keep the pups with criminality in the prison rate. Well, you can't cycle them. If they're in prison, they stay as long as possible. You also get loyalty. Whatever you want to boost. You get this every free time tick they have, and every free time takes 0.2 years off of their sentence. So if you want to boost loyalty with a prison, you want them to be as locked up and long enough where their loyalty starts going up. Over 50% ideally. I think my sentences were just not long enough. Yeah, I think we're gonna start locking people up with... Once we retry the loyalty strategy, we're gonna lock people up with serious crimes for very long. And they might or might not release back into society with a lot of loyalty. But during a crime wave, criminality is kind of a priority, yeah. But if you ignore the loyalty, then you're gonna lose one that is more difficult to gain back, I guess. Restart loyalty, which I had the ability. Yeah. If you want long consensuses, try using commas. Oh god. Why didn't I think of that? Last 3 episodes uploaded successfully, but one is stuck again, so I gotta be on my toes. I only got a week before they get deleted, but everything seems to be working okay-ish. I'm uploading several hours per day to YouTube. Minus 4% loyalty, that's pretty rough. Loyalty in our prison is too low. Maybe I will need a second prison. Many personal cars. Good money once the train gets to the export route. $721,000 at the moment. What do you mean not enough wardens? There's 30 in here for 56 prisoners. It's ridiculous. Must be the low loyalty. Still need to get that longer, wider corner in. That long train, yep. It do be like that. At least our happiness is going up now. Can you do happiness min-maxing? Fewer people. Reduce the population. Train with half the Republic length. Yeah, the longer the train, the easier it is to get places. It turns around and it has already traveled 400 meters. A reversing train of that length. Just need a couple of them and they could connect the whole Republic. From cargo station to cargo station. Oh, that would be a way. Building the cargo platforms 500 meters away from each other. And running 450 meter long trains in between the cargo train stations, so the train moves 50 meters and unloads into the next train, but I think the unloading would take longer than just traveling. Would be quite silly though. Let me check a technical service. Sewage treatment plant doesn't have a waste storage, but it had a large internal one, so that's fine. No, it does have a waste storage. There was a waste storage connected to it. You don't have a waste storage. Probably the waste storage. Can I say your town city looks lovely, a nice place to stay? Thank you. You can say that, yes. Totally allowed. We need to start working on these warehouses. Okay, and then we have crops still, and one warehouse open for something else. No, allowed only for loyals. True. Would be good for this game, a day by day, week by week time. Not just this as a day X, seconds next day. Yeah, a little bit of slower time progression. Or customizable time progression would be nice, so you could stay in a year for longer. I don't know how that would be done though, with the economy being heavily tied to time progression. It might be quite difficult to set up. And the statistics. I would like it though. I think. Yeah, we don't need that much steel. It's fine. Would like to have more people working in the vehicle production line though. Maybe once the shopping center is done I can put a bus platform there if I really want to keep the fence. Don't have to, but it would be an option. Otherwise, the tram stop, if we decide to really focus on the idea of getting a tram line running around the city, which could deliver workers to other areas, then there would be a tram stop in front of this building. Or slightly offset, away from the road. A small tram stop here. Hello Dentrasi. Welcome. Looks like our waste storages are full, so demolition is gonna slow down because lack of carry capacity. I could slap down an aggregate loading station and some storages to speed this up. Okay, you will run at 60% distribution capacity. No need to overfill all the gas stations anymore since we have our fuel supply. High priority, sewage tank, and then the pipe, I guess. Yeah, we could drop in an aggregate loading station with 2 storages for demolition for now. Guess that won't be too difficult. It'll help with demolition. We'll be able to drop construction waste and metal scrap into these. One train can run until they're unloaded. Oh, there's another power connection. So that's going to be absolutely fine to make sure we can do demolition work until we've set up a more permanent solution later on, once we've found a good location for it. That'll be quick and easy to build. Train with 2 aggregate train cars Waiting until loaded for construction waste probably, because that one's gonna fill up faster. And then hopefully the demolition will go a bit more speedily. And we can get rid of these dumps for metal scrap and construction waste. Since we're going to do that, no more need to pick stuff up from here. You are unassigned. The other distribution office will pick up the resources and shovel them into the storages once they're there. And the fire station with the more modern vehicles will keep things covered. Plenty of range. Next research soon, yeah. I'm still tempted to get the train production. But I feel like the alcohol research would benefit us more with the stability of the Republic. Especially now that we're only running the megacity, really. And phasing out the auxiliary settlement. So yeah, not a long train, just a short train, 2 train cars, aggregates. Which we would have to get from the border, which is fine. Two Essen train cars, please. How's the alcohol so accessible? People over the age of 21 can drink as much as they want. We're not doing anything weird about that. Looks like alcohol addiction's coming down now that we're not forcing loyalty people down people's throats. Also, we have 21 people without their own flat. You're still set to high loyalty, regular loyalty now. This needs to be high education because police station and secret police. I don't know why this is complaining about lack of wardens. It might actually be the loyalty, yeah? We might just have too little loyalty in here for the workers. Maybe we can squeeze a little bit of loyalty out of the citizens. Try and just get 40% loyal teachers and... I mean, the professors are already set to 40%. This building is gonna be obsolete. Everyone get out. Are there any researches to boost loyalty? Just radio, TV. Other than that, not that I know of, no. Maybe bigger monuments, but they also only, as far as I know, boost the loyalty based on the loyalty limitation for monuments. Prominent artists within our party will design highly visible grand monuments to inspire citizens and further bolster their loyalty. I don't know if they have a bigger effect, but I don't think they do. Yeah, not as far as I know. The amount of prisoners is worrying. Way too many disloyal people. The crime wave is still noticeable. I mean, the gravel, the construction waste will probably be handled locally once we have a gravel delivery site. We'll prioritize the construction waste being recycled and reused. But this is going to be very handy once we get to that point. Until we get to that point. And it should not take very long to build. And I probably should use dirt roads since it's a temporary thing. So they can start with the buildings right away. I need the assignment tool and add mixers. I like this janky area, and then suddenly we fit a somewhat planned storage area in. I just like that. Makes it seem lived in, I guess. Okay, you also get to the vehicle production. Good. I could improve efficiency by having a bus platform on this side. Then they can wait here and decide, oh yeah, there's room in this building, just walk into it. But again, it's balancing itself with all the other buildings that exist. So I should not interfere too much. Yeah, just increase alcohol addiction a bit, that's fine, that's not going to backfire at all. Why did that lady say that again? I'm not sure why we're running out of capacity inside the prison. I feel like the wardens should be sufficient, but I guess not. I said when I would go over 60 prisoners I would have to set up another prison, and I feel like I have to. Would also help with creating a more loyal citizenry. Maybe I need some smaller prisons that designate their work for a little bit more elegantly. The large prisons just takes up so much space, but I like having a large prison. It could be for the general public. And then the small prison could be used for specific ideas. %44 loyalty. I don't know how, but sure. That seems very high. Is there a way where we can sneak in 50% loyalty somehow with basic means? Because then it might be possible to get to 50% loyalty with just basic means? How would that work? I have no teacher with 44% loyalty, but the student got a loyalty boost. Where is that student? If you get over 45% loyalty, you're allowed to move into the hostel and finish your studies. Who knows if the Education for Most Loyal Citizen research does something more. That loyalty dropped down to 40. Maybe you had a very loyal person in the university at that moment and the loyalty of the student increased. Or he was just naturally very loyal from a loyal parent in the past and is slowly reducing their loyalty to the city's average. So loyalty, yep, it's most likely going down. Unfortunate. We were at 60%. Then it all started going wrong. Construction waste, metal scrap. Very short train. Demolition offices can drop directly into the storages. Distribution offices will have a new unloading target. I'll have to slowly empty out the existing storages, which would only leave mixed waste here. Why are we dropping mixed waste here? Oh, it's the waste from demolition offices where we don't know if there's construction waste in it or not. Yeah, if a building collapses completely, then all of the waste goes into one big pile. So I'll need a pickup point for that type of waste by train as well. There's another meat car in here. And we do have a waste train car. You have warders, prison guards, not wardens. Yeah. But they both are the same thing. Because the message says not enough wardens, I think. And here it says warders. Which I think we can encourage as popping up, which I don't know if I should do, but... No, let's wait until it shows up again. I don't want to cause more of a loyalty decline. I think the message said wardens. Just some fire trucks. It does. How many wardens do you have compared to warders? Warders and wardens are the same thing, aren't they? You're confusing me again. Warder or warden both refer to guardian or keeper, but with a key difference in usage and rank. Warder is typically a British term for the prison guard. A warden is generally a high-ranking official, such as a prison administrator. Nope, that one. Local buildings first. If you have too many workers, then send them back to the cableway station. They can get picked up. And same for you. Other buildings first, then send them to the bus platform. Fill local facilities first. Well, that's all basics, I guess. Got a fire station now. Bulldozer is still busy, can't do the terraforming. Doesn't have to be perfectly straight, it's fine. So, power plant. Now that we have a fire station, the power plant can appear. And I think that one has the highest priority. And this would be a dedicated train. One that will have to bring in coal. Probably unload it here first and then go to a production area. Unload there and then go back here and wait until unloaded. I would like to move it all back so we can have a road connection also to this aggregate unloading station. Maybe it'll fit. Oh yeah, it'll fit. Sure. Aggregate storage for the coal power plant in case we have warning messages. Train's gonna loop around. Later on, in the beginning it might just go off the line directly in here. Because I don't know where the other buildings are gonna go yet. So for the time being there would be an access route in this area. Somewhere on this side. I guess we could use the off track, but then it needs to go through the coaling station, otherwise it's going to cause problems. Can't do that. We have to use the existing tracks here. Too busy. Hello, some phrasing. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Just do it this way. There. Then we can bring coal in for the power plant, set up our power switches, make sure the power distribution is correct. One line going to the customs house. After we have the setup running, and we'll need another aggregate train for just coal, because the long train will not fit in here. This does not require a long train. I mean, we could use the long train for it, I guess, but I don't want my power plant and my coal, my heating deliveries to be shared, I guess. We ran out of power briefly, because we ran out of money briefly. Somebody should say infinite power. Yeah. But I don't think there's anyone that would do such a thing. I'll make a separate train just for that. Can send the long one to coal plant first and dump the remaining to steel. Maybe later on. I don't have the train line figured out yet where it's gonna go, because I still want to have the production lines here too, and it would dump in those first before into the power plant. I have to have a train line somewhere that goes off of the line, or like straight across here. So it does the delivery first, and then goes across into the steel mill area. But for now, this is the delivery area that I wanted to have, so we can get it up and running as fast as possible without having to account for the long train. Later on, we might be able to send out the delivery straight across the road afterwards. No signal, but that's fine. There's only one train heading here. If it's the long coal train, would loop around the whole area, deliver to production, power plant, and then heating. Then heating would run out first, I guess. The storage for it. The steel mill would run out first. Not enough wardens in prison. Here it says it. So, wardens, warders. For the game it is the same. But yeah, the efficiency of the wardens is not enough. Need more productivity. I don't want to plan it for the long train and then realize, yep, doesn't work. I have an extra train, currently the oil train, and I have the waste train. I think the coal delivery to that area can be done by the slow train, if I want to. But I think I'm going to make the slow train the waste train, I'm going to be honest. Then this one will bring a bit of coal to the area. How many waters are there again? 60? 30? The prison is at half capacity and there's more than half, less than half capacity, and there's more than half waters. So it's struggling. Maybe the culture enjoyment is too high, I don't know. Maybe they don't like that high of a culture enjoyment. But no, they're still struggling with that. So yeah, more than half wardens, warders, less than half prisoners, and it's complaining. Could also take some train cars off of this coal import train for now. But I think I'm just gonna buy them. 4 or 6 train cars. The power plant would not consume that much coal, if I remember correctly. 12 tons of coal per day at max production. That should be fine. I need to save a line with the customs house. Why didn't you get replaced? Automatic vehicle replacement is on. I don't understand. Should be getting replaced. Shared responsibilities can lead to problems. Okay, where's the vehicle export train? Excuse me? No waiting until unloaded. No more steel unloading. Just keep going. So you haven't been exporting in a while either. I don't know why you came back with vehicles. So weird. Meat and food is present. The meat deliveries are a little bit slow, it feels like. Okay, that storage is full. Oh, it looks like it's full. Guess it can hold more. Nah, there's still room. When did you decide to go full trucks? I'm not going full trucks. You're just seeing all the important areas that I'm zooming to. The majority of the city is still horse carriages. Of our 14 pages of vehicles, horse-drawn makes up 9 pages. Unfortunately, there's not a negative filter, so I can't filter for not horse-drawn, but... yeah. Does it count cargo Dixies? Oh yeah, you're right. Probably does count these. Yep, they are also counted. With those sold, 3 pages for your vehicles. Means the ratio of horses is gonna be even higher. So if we're gonna have 9 pages of horse carriages and 3 pages of Dixies, that leaves 2 pages of trucks. How many horses and how many wardens and how many Robocops? I'm not gonna count everyone. No Robocops, believe me. Cable cars are also listed. Maybe? No, they're not listed. Cable cars are not listed. Guess they're part of a building. No passenger cabins. Because they can't wear, I guess. Don't think cargo wagons are listed either. Yeah, I mean it's road vehicles. No, cargo wagons are listed. Then they might be under a different category? Maybe they're just not in here then. Cable cars are really neato. They work really well, yeah. They're really useful. We'll need a waste storage. Horse police carriage. Getting some crops. Crime seems to be under control again. Man, crime is a true destroyer of loyalty. Really, really quickly. I would like to make my own trains. Maybe more than I want to reduce the health destroying alcohol on my citizens. It's gonna be a while until we make alcohol. Not too long, I don't think, because we got the industrial area now set up with the cableway running into it. It just depends on how we prioritize it, I guess. But I think a train production might be better, because then we will probably save most of the money. Wouldn't have to pay for all the steel cost and mechanical component cost of a rail production. Mechanical components would have to be transported over there. Unless I build a second factory. meat distribution is not happy. I think they're sending it too late. 60% might not be good enough. Or we don't have enough horse carriages, I guess. With the increase in population inside the city. I need two more meat, two more meat trucks anyway, so let's make 2 more. For the second distribution office. Wait, did the train cars already arrive? I don't see them. Didn't I buy 5 train cars? Oh, they might be listed below. Yep, too much stuff in here. A little bit too full. What happens to the librarian in Ghostbusters? Oh, I don't know what you're doing with those questions, but they have no meaning to me right now whatsoever. They're just super weird. Pop culture references in my stream? Really? Another vehicle, insufficient maintenance. Oh god. Right. This is gonna kill my Republic at some point, isn't it? Horse carriage is getting stuck in those vehicles. No wonder my distribution offices are all way too busy. Everyone got stuck now and probably gonna affect our grocers again. No alcohol. Alcohol should have arrived again. Is it picked up already? Yes. But everyone got stuck. Clothing is missing. Oh, that might also explain the lack of meat deliveries, I guess. I guess that could be it. Post DLC was never meant to be run with such large numbers in such big cities. Large city? We're like less than 10% of the city's size right now. It's not a large city. Let me load a large city. No, I'm not gonna do that. Can I make a museum with your old vehicles? I don't know if you can do it with road vehicles, but you can park and demo the tracks or trains so they can't move. But then at some point it would have the icon for too much wear and I would get really annoyed at always seeing that icon. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Probably not. I would have to make vehicle maintenance happen occasionally. But it does never thought someone would use horses behind 5k pop. Well, they thought wrong if they thought that. I don't think they thought that, but maybe. People do be doing crazy things in this game. Fuel delivery, please. You can bring in a train load of coal, so the power plant can start earlier. To the depot for now. Building recycling and scrapping industry? No, that's a 35 tech. It's modern industry, we're not gonna build that. But I can build gravel recycling, that is planned. But waste separation, 34, it's too modern. Too modern in the sense for what I want in the city, I guess. It's gonna be an old megacity. It's gonna be permanently stuck close to the 19th century with a couple modernizations. And no mods. Once we have the power plant running, we also don't have to worry as much anymore when the loan runs out, because the power will not immediately shut off. Which is going to be a huge improvement for the Republic. It's going to be quite good. Now our power capacity is limited to 5 megawatts underground wire or 8 megawatts above ground. To the border we'll have 8 megawatts incoming into the priority switch. And then the power plant will only run on 7 megawatts at most, so it'll run 8 megawatts too. And then maybe a second power plant at some point. Soon I could see how priority switch works. I will have to learn that too, yeah. That's gonna be a thing. I haven't used that one yet. And testing it on a live system like this, I don't know. With a single power plant, should be fine, but could be problematic. Okay, no more meat trucks. That's the last one. We already made 2. I guess we'll have 1 spare. Are there early start renewable powers? No. Can't even get an oil power plant. $1947, 48, and 61 for wind power and solar power. Oil power plant is later as well, if I remember correctly. $59. So yeah, we're gonna be stuck with small coal power plants. Decentralized power grid. We'll be running underground wires into the city. 5 megawatts. We'll have a power setup here to try and accumulate maybe 14 megawatts of power out of 2 power plants in the future. Sniff around for gas. That's gonna be hard to accomplish. Well, starting to get expensive? Might be. Probably, but we're exporting vehicles made out of iron, steel, so it'll pay back the increased cost. As long as we maintain the export, that is. Steel is $2,500 per ton, so the steel price went up like crazy. Oil price is still hovering around, which means the fuel price is basically dropping. Fuel's getting cheaper and cheaper. Wood price is not that great. It's only $10. It's hovering around, slightly better than starting price, I guess. It does have inflation though, so I guess could make some money in the east with that. But yeah, my goal is food. Definitely keep clothing, alcohol. We can continue importing resources for that. That'll be fine. Doesn't aluminium start a little late? Did they not have aluminium planes at the start of World War II in 1939? I don't know. Aluminium is late for us. We're not going to have anything aluminium. Oh no, we can have aluminium apparently. Huh. No dates on that one. Aluminium is allowed. That would be a high-end production line with very high pollution factor. I think wasn't Norilsk like a city that had an extraction related to aluminium? I don't remember. Could be. So this switch can run 18 megawatts. We're limited to 5 megawatts or 8 megawatts with wires. So it's not going to be great. I think we're just going to use this one to bring the electricity into another switch for 2, maybe 3 power plants. I have to use above ground wires for this. What's the next tech? That's the question. Barrel production or alcohol distillation? purity. I'm leaning towards alcohol. But I'm also leaning towards rail. Next 3.7 for a total of 10. Wait. I'm gonna check something. Did I cheat a research point already? By accident? Vitamins, pollution filters to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we have 10 tags unlocked already. Did I forget to add one free from research point? Got 3 from population, 1 from settlement, and 7 free ones. Is the 7 free ones incorrect? 1880 to 1940 is 6 free research points. I only wrote, no, wait, 7. 80, 90, 0? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. I feel it? No, oh no, we're at 11 total. I forgot the one for the settlement. Yeah, we got 1 spare tech. We're fine. We don't have 10. Well, we have 10, but we can have 11. No cheating. So yeah, I'm torn between rail line production, which I don't think I have the population for, or improving alcohol quality, which is going to improve life expectancy. And I want to see how much effect that has on our citizens through winter. Alcohol standards. It'll be. That's fast. So right now, alcohol addiction 14%. 800 people drinking alcohol, affected by minus 5.5%. We're gonna see how much that goes down, that minus 5.5%, because that's the negative effect of drinking alcohol on the health that they're experiencing. Maybe we need to do pandemics at some point, but I would like to do preventative medicine because that one is also a regular occurrence. See if that has any noticeable impact. Yeah, if there's a fire in the power plant, we need the electricity from the customs house to kick in until we have a second power plant for redundancy. Just in case. So it would be a good idea to make sure we have multiple sources of electricity still. But after we have our power plant and it's March or April, I'll get rid of this switch and run on our power plant to try and... We'll probably clear up the power line and get a new connection in, or at least like tear it down to straight line it from here to the switch. Not doing a double fire station for safety? Nah, that's overkill. One issue could be that the fire trucks repair at the same time, but that will hopefully not happen. Man, everything is taking a while now. bringing all the resources there until the last delivery and then do other construction sites instead. Not enough high capacity dump trucks for all the modern buildings we're building. Yep, make this low priority. Finish other buildings first. Still need to set up the storage yard. And we can finish the surrounding infrastructure before we focus all vehicles on the electricity. I mean, they haven't even gotten to the power plant yet. I guess it's this water and sewage pipes that took a lot of effort away from other construction tasks. Please finish that water pumping station, thank you. That way we get running water into the area too. Why did you go through here? That was... whatever, it's fine. Breaking signal rules, causing accidents. But yeah, other residential buildings could also be connected this way. So this residential area could be connected by a cableway to another residential area to exchange workers and or citizens and or students. So this could be a replacement for a tram connection. Does require a straight line, like a road, where nothing else can get built, but other than that, not a huge big deal. Probably has more throughput than a bus route. And a lot more speed. 10 meters per second times 60, so 60 meters, 600 meters per hour? No, per minute. What is 10 meters per second in kilometers per hour? That sounds too fast, isn't it? 36 kilometers per hour. Really? Oh right, because you have to divide it then afterwards. So times 3,600 to get the hours, and then divide it by 1,000. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, sure. So times 3.6 basically. Leave this on normal priority. They'll figure it out eventually. Not gonna give them more dumpers though. Let's check for more worn out vehicles. I don't know why they're not getting replaced. I have no idea. Okay, these ones are fine, yeah. Vehicle container station 9 is fine for the worn out vehicles, but why are You're also okay. You should definitely be getting replaced. Maybe they went over the replacement limit and it didn't happen, and then I turned it back on and now they're never getting replaced. Maybe that's the reason. Wish you could have multiple stations on the cableway. Well, you can just build multiple stations next to each other and then... I guess if you have passengers and workers it gets a bit messy. If only the French Revolution could get us to use the magic time, but everyone hated it, yeah. It's not the time for that yet. "36 kilometers an hour from start to finish. No acceleration, slow down. No junctions." Good at alternate dating systems with less intrusive changes, like every month being the same length and each date is on the same day every year. That would be cool, yeah. But maybe people would get bored of that and then riot. Metric time, yeah. There's not too many workers at the cableway station yet. Could feed a lot more people through here. 4 times more people per cabin, and another 50% on top of that afterwards, because we only have 20 out of the 33 cable cars. Square Earth. Well, if you grow it in a shaped container, then maybe. Let me see if my video from yesterday got uploaded. Now I'm getting paranoid. If it didn't, then I'm gonna restart it. It still says uploading. It's been like that for 16 hours. I want to restart it, I guess. That's the one from yesterday. Okay, let me do that real quick. Did I upload the right one? I might have clicked the... No, it should be the right one. Okay, we'll see. That's why I didn't want to upload stuff to YouTube, but I think the series might be worth it to preserve it, at least for a couple of years. Okay, I was worried they were not counted as new cars anymore because they're orange-yellow here. That's usually a sign for used vehicles, but they're still treated as new vehicles on the flatbed of the train, so that's fine. And the research is done. 5.2% now. That's 10% would be 0.5. If it's 5% reduction? I don't think so. Maybe it rounded. Let's see how much it is in 10 days. Not on the 20th of February because it might balance itself with some other numbers. It was 5.5 before. What did research say? Alcohol standards got researched. Don't think it says any more information than what the tooltip on the research says. Development of alcohol guidelines and standards to reduce its negative impact on citizens' health. And now I'll go back to my own stream and check if I'm saying something incorrect and there's actually more information in those research messages. So I don't think there is. Let's see. There it is. Nope, just says research finished, nothing else. Medical experts just finished new research at the medical university, alcohol standards, and that's it. Okay. Everything here getting built up, finally. That means we can deal with the waste soon. Finish demolition tasks, which are getting stuck because of too much waste being created. Yeah, demolition offices, I know. We'll fix it soon, don't worry. But yeah, if you had split cableway cars between transportation type, one for workers you could just split them up. For passengers you would have to guide them where to go. So a district that handles everything would probably be the best, because then you can try and centralize every delivery of every passenger to one area. Medical care, getting food, etc. If all the passengers can be transferred with cableway cars, that is. But otherwise trams would be better, because you could have a lot of stops on the way. But maybe for longer range, cable cars are better. A little bit slower, but they don't have to wait on anything. People starving apparently. We do have a lot of spare trains that we can use at some point. And by a lot I mean I think we have two. One for the coal delivery and one for the citizen goods delivery here. Oh, and the waste trains I guess, but they would probably have to migrate with the same purpose. And then waste transportation would be quite busy and probably take up a dedicated slot at the customs house. Unless I want to run this with foreign workers, but I think I'll run it somewhere next to the megacity. So the passenger platform can also be removed, I guess? Since we terminated that route as well. We're still delivering workers to this area for the fire station only. Time to get rid of the rail line, I guess. Then it's one large section that we can remove last. Vehicle export was 721,000 before, now it's 741,000. It's definitely keeping up with inflation, and with the steel price. I could start exporting some steel, I guess. Make sure the steel mill doesn't idle, but right now we're consuming enough because of all the construction. All the resources being carried, I guess gravel deliveries are a little bit lacking behind. I'm going to make you wait until unloaded for gravel for now. Since that is running out. Not running out, we still got 300 tons, but might as well set up the deliveries for that for the moment. Warning message. Let me know if any of the construction materials runs out, and then I can flip it back over. Should there be a problem. It's March now. Alcohol is 4% from 5.5. That's a pretty big decrease. That's a very big decrease. Still has a negative impact, of course, but yeah. Oh wow, it's 1940. Yes, but only on the calendar, not in spirit. It'll always be the 19th century for us. Should have started in 1800, I guess. Does it mean it's time for the better vehicles to appear? Oh, they're appearing all the time. Like, there's so many vehicles available. Look at all the vehicles. I just have the messages turned off when new vehicles appear. The R12D is available. 5.5 tons of food. And 40 kilometers an hour. It would be glorious. Or the Yak 10 covered trailer. That looked really cool. My Republic invented matter compression. We imported oil from 4 foreign pipes and exported processed stuff through the only one. Well, it should be 3. I mean, maybe the import just doesn't have enough pressure, and the export can run at full pressure. Maybe there's a discrepancy with that. We're full on bricks and boards. Sorry, on boards and steel. I guess... squeeze some extra resources in there for now. I think the construction material train should load resources. And definitely should wait until unloaded for bricks. Because that way, unload and then load bricks, boards and steel. So there's always at least a little bit of room for the rail construction office to unload materials back. If it wants to do demolition. It's a weird setup, I guess, and it won't work right now because the train's already full. But as we consume materials, it should work, I think. Can't do that for gravel though. And we're waiting until unloaded for gravel. We'll do bricks again. I'll get a warning message on gravel if it becomes an issue. Is this tower too large? No, it's the smallest one we can get. Okay, look kind of weird, but I guess the power plant is not that big. Might build a second one. But then, why didn't I plan for the second one, I guess? I would have to draw the coal out from this area and bring it around, which is not a problem. Yeah, I guess the second power plant could be on this side, and we have a road going around this facility. Gives me a little bit of room to worry about. If we want a second power plant, it's going to be in the same area. This will probably then make as much pollution as a steel mill once it gets to capacity. No, maybe distributed power plants are better. Similar to a heating plant on their own. But then again, there's not going to be any housing nearby this. I guess we'll see. Get the power up first. There's only one power connection though. So wherever I hook this up, I guess we could hook it up into a transformer to bring electricity out with... Wait. I could use underground wires and run it through a transformer. Oh, that is not a bad idea. Because then I can get the full 7 megawatts with underground wires. No, then I only have one high voltage connection on this thing though. Can't transform it up. I would have to use a switch for it. That seems like excessive. How tall was that? Probably 10 meters? Maybe 15? I don't know what the building height is. Maybe 20, 25. I'm really bad at judging that. I'm bad at a lot of things. Okay, we'll force 2 houses, sending their workers to the prison, and if the prison is full, they'll send the rest to the cableway platform. I'll hopefully get rid of the warden message. $120 workers required. We got 180 local. Might be enough. Water is here, pressurized. There's 2 more water pipes, and the sewage pipe, of course. More switches. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Wouldn't fall into a different department? No, they're the same one. They just use the same word, or 2 different words for the same thing. That's a lot more workers, and if they walk back into the cableway station, they get picked up and sent back. But this will give us a reliable source of workers here. I'm probably going to set up a switch first before we go into the priority switch, because then I can also rework things. Second power plant could be hooked up into this switch before it goes into the priority switch. Gives us more capacity. Megawatts, 14 megawatts, with 3 underground wires basically. Or 2 above ground ones. The low megawatt count is annoying. I think we're just building a priority switch. I mean, if we're bringing power in from the customs house, we're going to be limited to 8 megawatts anyway because of the power line. So it can take over 2 power plants, yeah. Okay, so 2 power connections in here, no extra switch. This is going to be the switch for that purpose. We need above ground wires. And then from here, we need a regular switch from where we distribute it and have the ability to rework things. So this one would then have 3 wires with underground going into the city, which would be 15 megawatts, 14 megawatts for what we have from 2 power plants. And one outside connection can only handle 1 of that. So we have 3 or 2 above ground wires going over. Probably 3. I'll just probably transfer 3 wires. Don't break it. I'm trying to not break it. Current destination for power is here. We only need 1 wire right now, so it's not necessary for me to plan too many wires yet. I only need 1. Okay, 5 megawatts. I think the power grid itself will be handled as resources get distributed into the city. I mean, we can disconnect wires and reconfigure them afterwards. So up to 15 megawatts with the wires, full capacity. 2 from our power plant as support wire from the customs house, which can deal with 8 megawatts. And then we have another switch inside the city, which is going to be serving as the distribution point for now. I think I'm going to make a direct connection so we can get rid of this power line and then probably plop down another switch in the area. That'll serve as the proper connection. Or maybe have it here. It's not happy connecting under the road, snapping to another power line. It doesn't want to snap to this because it's underneath a building and I'm a bit mad. I guess I'll just stick it down slightly lower underground and we'll be fine with it. Just go one click underground, I guess. It still hates the building. Really? Fighting the nodes. It's not the nodes, it's the building, it's the horse feeder. Old tech. I'll run the power lines on this side. We only have the rail line here to worry about. Which I don't think it cares about. No, never mind, it does. Bring it across the train tracks. Okay, that power line going through here. There's a bit of a problem. That one is the temporary power for the substation, which we realized we didn't need because it was running without. But I guess I can shut it down once we have coal inside the power plant and it can produce electricity locally. Otherwise the unloading station's not going to work. Or I have to get a horse carriage, drop one load of coal in there so it can start and then transfer the coal into the building. Cable station might only need power at one end of it. Yeah, it only does need one end station power. I learned that. So... yeah, I'll have to transport some coal into the power plant to get it kick-started, I guess. I do need a wire here though. Because if the power plant runs out of coal, it stops producing and then the whole unloading station doesn't work anymore. So what we need is a way for the local power to supply electricity to the facility if everything shuts down, which I guess we get from the outside power line going into the regular network, and then it has to transfer back to this substation. That power line has to go to another switch. When you release the mouse cursor and the autosave hits. Ugh. Bad feeling. Sometimes something goes really wrong in those situations. Oh really? Now the sewage pipe is in the way. A little bit lower, it should be fine. Maybe the whole switch is not in the right place. It's kind of far away from a fire station, I guess. Maybe I'll only hook up a direct power line to get rid of the other power line and then bring in the other switch here, which is close to the fire station at the heating plant. And then we have a node where we can distribute power outwards from the center to other locations. Of course, the other locations are going to connect to each other, not just the center. And then at some point I'll also have to connect back to the power plant, so we might only have a single power line going this way, not all three. Like, you really only need a single power line. Not everything should go through the same switch, otherwise we're going to be bottlenecking ourselves. But then again, this can handle 14 megawatts. And I should make use of it, because at 14 megawatts, if it runs at full tilt, the power loss is the lowest. So we should bring the 14 megawatts here, and then off of this point, one goes into this building, yeah. But do I want this there or closer to the other power setup? That's the question. Looks very pretty and organized, but I don't think I want it that way. Careful not deleting too many wires. So I think we'll have a single wire underground to get it connected and running. And then later on we can choose another wire where it's supposed to go, have a switch here, where the 14 megawatts arrive. This one is only supposed to distribute 5 megawatts to multiple switches and connect to 2 other switches somewhere else other than the local one. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a direct wire, I think. Which we will use in the beginning to get rid of the other power line. But this will stay. One extra power plant, either here or different location. Hooking up into the priority switch, and the third one, power line going to the customs house. Off of the existing power line somewhere here, straight in. No, we have to rebuild it because currently it's set to only run. Currently it's set to only run 4 megawatts, which I set that way to limit my possibilities and force myself to set up a power setup before I could change things. Yeah, the new connection would be 8 megawatts as a backup power. So the whole power line to the customs house will have to get demolished. Speaking of demolition, our storage is up. One for construction waste and one for metal scrap. Now where are the other demolition offices? I think we only have 2. Yep, only have 2. Okay, and 2 waste trucks to then empty out these storages later on. Or a distribution office, I guess that would work too. You need to dump into a different storage now. As do you. This is your destination. Metal scrap. Construction waste. That dump can be used again. That one you will pick up metal scrap from now and help with the clearing out of the storage. And the construction waste too. That distribution office is going to be very busy. Maybe too busy for the running of the incinerator. With a single waste wagon, yeah, definitely. Let me check. The demolition, well, in the east, at our auxiliary settlement, the demolition is still ongoing, so I don't want to interrupt that one either. I got some more horse wagons to help with things. Gaming? A little bit. Alright. Now our train can start thinking about running. Load construction waste. Metal scrap. Wait until loaded for construction waste. Oh, you can only set one loading command? Huh. Load everything, wait until loaded for construction waste, load everything again, and then go to the border to export. Wait until loaded for construction waste. Slow locomotive, but that's fine. Will it mix with that order? Yes. Well, it won't mix, but I have 2 dedicated aggregate wagons. So they will fill both wagons. Got any excavators yet? Yes, we produced 1 excavator and 1 bulldozer. They're doing good work. Not sure where the excavator is right now. Probably groundwork. Yep, there it is. 1 each. I thought was fine for the time period. Power plant for self-sufficiency soon? Yes. This is to get rid of the remainder of the temporary construction office sector with the switch. So the fire station will also be obsolete at that point. And then we have a direct line to the customs house with the power connection as a backup. Which will allow us to get up to 8 megawatts, and then after that we are on our own if something goes wrong. Excavator's gonna excavate, bulldozer's gonna bulldoze. That is true. see if... Oh, I think episode 25 uploaded. It says processing now. Okay, good. "25 episodes in this run, and we got 7,000 people. Fewer people than the village run, I think, but all in one city at least. And I think it looks the part. Definitely needs to grow though. Once we get the clothing factory out of here and the rest demolished, maybe the horse distribution offices collected to a location, the temporary construction sector, we can get another heating plant to push out with the residential area towards this location. Large heating plant would be a bad idea. We'll see how it goes. And I want to see how good our health gets now with the better alcohol. So we notice a significant increase. Looks like the drop in winter was not as bad this year. Huh. Nice. If it's the alcohol in winter, oh my god. They can't go to an indoor pool, they can't get enough culture or sports satisfaction, so they drink alcohol and then they get sick. Now we're gonna reduce the sickness they get by a whole 1.5% apparently. A 1,000 tons of coal for the power plant will last 100 days, give or take. If they're really consuming only 12 tons per day. Plus they have an internal storage of 100 tons. So we could probably split it up between 2 power plants with 1 storage. And just an extra conveyor feeding out the other side. And running 2 power plants here. How many days are they studying them again? 800 days? For alcohol? Yeah. Alcohol was 800 days, or 900 days-ish. I think it was 800. Yep. Because they're drinking their calories and don't have nutrition to absorb the alcohol, so liver and or stress, I guess, deadly. Yeah, probably. It's still not good for you. I would still like to reduce it more, but yeah, I'm interested to see how the next winter is going to be. We have pollution filters, we got alcohol improvement. Might be okay now. Might be fine. Probably not. We still got plenty of capacity that we could slap into our industries if we wanted to bellow out more pollution. Alcoholics Anonymous coming. Hold. Not that bad. Not that bad. So, loyalty 36, not bad. For having orphanages and prisons running which decrease loyalty, 36 is not bad. Yeah, we might drive up alcohol consumption, I guess. Maybe we can push up happiness with alcohol. Okay, rail demolition done? No, not yet. Guess it did something else. Oh, I guess it just returned. Because it has to go all the way over to the auxiliary settlement before being able to turn around. So it's going to take a while until it gets there. And it's going to block all the trains for some time. Orphanage teaches to drink, yes. That's what's going to happen. First warehouses are coming up and online. Orphanage teaching about fire safety and how to be an awesome firefighter. That's true. Yeah, get a dedicated power line going for now, and we'll figure out the rest afterwards. This one will be removed in the end, and we have a power connection for another transformer somewhere, if we want one. The main connection is going to go in the center here somewhere. And we'll bring 5, well, it's going to go over to this side. So, maybe, bad idea? Bad idea. Let's redo that real quick. Because I think I'll have the connection to the switch in the area on this end, where the power line currently is. So the temporary one's going to go in on this side. Underground, under these wires. And then back up to top floor. Through this wire, if you can. Okay, we'll use that one. Yep, that's better. Because I want the other switch to be on this side. And it'll connect with an underground wire on the low end between the two. And the other power lines are not going to get in the way. At least not immediately. Construction offices later on will be able to pick up workers from the bus platform for maintenance or other tasks. So that's going to be a handy bus platform also for functionality. Construction sector probably behind the power plant later on. Or somewhere further down here. Material deliveries for construction materials, gravel. Asphalt and concrete plant, workers from the cableway station should be able to reach the asphalt and concrete plant. And the rest can be behind, further away, close to the sewage discharge, I guess. I feel like you're not prioritizing the incinerator anymore, which with what I have set up. I might have to not do that and instead set 2 dedicated horse carriages to do this, which is probably more sensible. Otherwise I run the risk of a pollution death spiral, which I would like to not have. Yep, 2 dedicated horse carriages carrying it to the material storage, emptying those waste storages out. And the industrial area can also have a waste incinerator for undetermined waste that we can then dump onto a train for export directly from the incinerator. Or maybe a container storage behind it, so there's a bit extra capacity. But it would be waste from demolition offices, for example. They could then dump the mixed waste or hazardous waste into a container storage in front of the incinerator, and we would be feeding it out the back into a train. All via factory connection to minimize the pollution created. Which isn't really 19th century, isn't it? Now we're gonna put a waste dump there. That'll be fine. After the incineration, waste dump is probably okay. I could also rot some of the ash away. Sewage pipe almost done. We'll see if it works. Then the sewage tank will be empty. And then the water pipe can be finished. Our citizens enjoyed the spicy air, indeed. The amount of prisoners is going down, the crime wave is slowly fading away. But it's kind of dangerous how close we are to catastrophe. We don't have enough prisons. It's like building a city in reverse without making it go crazy and collapsing. Then everyone goes mental, becomes criminal, and moves to your megacity. Have to do it carefully, slowly. Haven't done that before, but it feels kind of interesting. Maybe not the most interesting thing to watch because, yeah, you're tearing down the city, go figure, but I think the implications could be interesting because when I did tear down the orphanages, I relocated the people quickly, and that probably spiraled the crime wave for us into existence. So I think the same thing could happen with the citizens. Definitely Batman schema. Wonder if they're 100% warned the horses don't appear. Because I thought I sent more horse carriages there, and there's only 2 horses. But yeah, I think I'm gonna put a cut in here. I'm gonna take my break. Made some progress again, setting up the center for the industrial area that we're planning to have develop. The left side on the cableway station will probably be kept open for other cableway stations to reach out into other production sites, maybe? I don't know how many people we're gonna have here. It's all going to arrive from one cableway station. Maybe a tram would be better for bringing large amounts of people to the area. But for the power plant, we definitely want to have a reliable, constant source of workers. Because if I use a tram for that and they get interrupted, then yeah, it's game over. Because there's probably a higher gap between different trams than what we have with cableway cars. So I think next time we're going to have the power plant because the groundworks is almost done. And as well as the support facilities, and then we can redo the power line to the customs house. As well as get rid of the above ground wire. Although that one looks kind of cool, it's getting a little bit in the way. We'll see. So yeah. I guess I'll put it here to end the stream. As always, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm not sure if I'm going to do workers and resources after my break. I don't know yet. Maybe I'll just don't stream today afternoon, I'm not sure yet. Because I'll be streaming the next 3 days in the afternoon if I stream. Unless work gets too stressful, but we'll see. Anyway. Continuous, but lower capacity is great for cableways. Yes. Reliability is better with cableways. Because you always get workers delivered, as long as you make sure there's something at the source. Hello Sancho. Goodbye Sancho. Sleepo velo daso. I'm not going to bed. I'm going to take a walk now. It was really useful. Yesterday. It was really nice. I'm going to take a break. Maybe get some food. We will raid over to Zetelier, who's also playing workers and resources. Haven't done that in a while. He's still doing his island jungle run. He has 1,129 people now, and is claiming the island and chopping everything down to make room for more houses. I think the challenge he's running is he can only build where no trees are, and he has to chop down the trees. So yeah, goodbye Sancho. And everyone else, again, no sleep for me yet. Thank you though. Until then, I wish you all the best, take care everyone, and maybe I'll see you next time.